It's Wednesday, December 18th, 2024, 10 p.m. Central Standard Time. You're watching Co-op for Two. Tonight we are in the home stretch of our playthrough of the Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective Trilogy of fan cases. And today we're playing Chapter 3, the final chapter, called House of M. We've played Chapter 1 and Chapter 2 in the last 6 days or so. This case looks and says that it's significantly more complicated and difficult, but the last Chapter 2 took us only 2 hours or so. It was pretty easy. So it's not yet clear whether this will take us 1 night or 2. I have allocated 2 nights, today and tomorrow, for us to play this case. If it looks like we can finish it in 1 night tonight, we will do so. If it looks like it's going to take more than 1 night, we'll try to break somewhere around the halfway point. Let me check in with the chat and see how everyone is doing. Jonathan says he watched the movie I recommended last time called They Look Like People, a low-budget horror movie that I loved. You might call it a horror movie, a buddy movie. You're not quite sure what's going to happen in that movie. And but it's a very low-budget movie. It helps to go into it with low expectations. Anyone up to anything interesting recently? There's a movie I'm dying to see in the theaters, and for some reason, like, the theater is playing so many bad movies, and there's one good movie that comes out, and for some reason it's not playing. I don't understand it, but it's called The Order with Jude Law, and it looks quite good. I'm curious. I want to see it. As soon as it comes out, we'll see it. Okay, let's do some other bit of bookkeeping. Um, I've already pushed quite a bit my holiday guide to tabletop mystery games. If you haven't seen that, I think you can expect in the next couple of days that I'll make live some more of the reviews I've recorded of recent games we've played, including an hour plus long review of Time Stories Revolution series. And I'll try to get in a review of Box 2 in the next couple of days. I am going to try to play games, a bunch of games, live stream around Christmas. Whether I will, one possibility is that we'll do something fun on Christmas Day, all through Christmas. I was thinking I do have an advent calendar. We could do one box per hour over the course of 24 hours, something unusual and weird for people who don't have better things to do over Christmas. But I have some real life friends that would like to get together and watch a marathon on TV or something, so I'm not sure that will happen. But whether I have a marathon on Christmas Day or not, I will be streaming all around Christmas for those of you who want some company. But I'm not sure what I'll be playing. So if you have some suggestions, let me know on the Board Game Geek Guild for this channel. You'll find a link on this YouTube page. Some new games did arrive that I've been considering. Either one of the Masters of Crime series might be nice. I got this Star Trek escape room game, and then we've got a couple of cold case games that look like they're fairly high quality that we've been waiting to play. Alexander Morrison and the Ghosts of Brandonsbury among them. And well, there's some other things. So if you have an idea of what you'd like to see played, do let me know if you're going to be around. And then we do have something special coming up for the week between Christmas and New Year. We're finally going to play Razorhurst Blood Alley. That'll probably take us the better part of a week. I am looking forward to that. For those of you who joined me for the first week-long playthrough of the first Razorhurst, you may want to see if you can come by and join us for that. Anna says, I love the mug. Well, this is a mug using the design by Eric from Board Game Geek, who made these beautiful cards that we've been using to play Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective. And he had these professionally printed, and they feel great. They're a pleasure to use. And he made, as a surprise gift, a card design for Co-op for Two, which I had made into a mug. If you would like a mug, I can provide a link to it somewhere if you want to purchase it at cost. If you're a Patreon supporter of the channel, I'll probably try to send out a mug to Patreon supporters who have been supporting the channel for a considerable amount of time. I do want to thank the Patreon supporters. YouTube keeps pushing me. YouTube does not want you to make content without ads in it. And it is possible to do. I turn off ads in all of the videos I put up, but now every time I go live, YouTube puts this big giant screen in my way saying, just click here. Come on, turn on the ads in the middle of your live streams. It'll make you more money. And it doesn't matter how many times I say, no, I've been doing this for 4 years. There's no ads anywhere. Every time I have to dismiss this screen that's begging me to put ads on the videos. What can you do? But that's just a way of nudging you to support the channel if you like these videos being ad-free. Okay. Anything else to talk about? I do want to show you a little bit, since we're doing these streams, part 3, we've got a small audience here. I figure, what's the rush? But I did want to show you what I've been working on lately regarding New York Noir. So one of the little projects is to create a fingerprint directory that could be used in cases, and here it is. work in progress. A little bit of lesson here about how to use fingerprints. This is just a couple pages from it. The actual directory is 100 pages or so. But you've got fingerprints categorized by the type. They've got whorls and loops and double loops and arches. And then that's first half of the fingerprint directory. Second half of the fingerprint directory is organized by suspect. So there's the suspect number, and here's his complete set of 10 prints. And I've written up on Board Game Geek a little bit how I expect this to be used by authors of cases who want to incorporate fingerprints in their case, and a little bit of discussion here about the kinds of things that a detective might do with this fingerprint directory. I do think there are some fun ways that this could be used in cases. So anyway, that's one thing. And then the casebook tool for writing cases has support for these fingerprints. So if you're writing a case, you can just say, okay, here's where I want you to go stick in these fingerprints. Stick in the left index finger in the case here at this paragraph, etc. So again, the whole idea is to make it easy for case authors to use these tools in their cases. And then here's another example of something I've been working on recently. Some templates for creating newspapers in your cases. So if you want to stick in a copy of the Times and write newspaper for your case, the tool creates multiple columns. You just fill in the articles. You can stick in images. You give it the date, 6/10/1915. It picks out the day of the week. It automatically creates an official volume and number that you would see on the New York Times. This is what the New York Times would look like. And the price, you can customize the weather section here. And I just made a couple of different, these are the headlines for real newspapers, what they looked like. You can customize the number of columns, etc. So my idea is to have a whole bunch of the papers that existed in the 20s, 30s, and 40s. There's still some customization that I want to do so that maybe different newspapers used different spacing and fonts just to make them look a little different. But you can see the idea is to make it easy for case authors to add newspapers to their cases. They don't have to worry about, as a case author, you don't have to worry about laying out this stuff about the bylines and continued on page, etc. You just write the text and it'll lay it out for you. All right, just a little peek at what I've been working on for New York Noir lately. And Lauren is here, who's been working on some art for the parks. Anna says the papers look great. Thank you. All right, so chapter 3. Shall we get started? Anything else to talk about before we get started? Perry says ads would destroy the flow of telling of the mystery. Yeah, I don't understand how you put ads in a live stream. That seems crazy to me. But YouTube wants you to do it very much. Makes sense. I mean, they're only making money on the ads. It is a bit of a miracle that they're letting us, I guess one way to look at it is it's a bit of a miracle that they're letting us put ad-free content on the channel at all. Okay, House of M, Chapter 3. Now, you remember on Chapter 2, it sort of ended at a cliffhanger with Holmes's study being blown up in fire. So we'll see if it's going to continue from there. House of M by Vincent van der Swag, 29 March 1889. case can only be played after having also played case 1 and case 2. Now, case 2 was March 28th, so it's actually the day after, March 29th, day after our previous case. It felt like it was only a couple minutes ago that we all lay flat on our faces in Baker Street with big plumes of fire raging above our heads. Bellowing flames made short work of the curtains, and each window frame looked like an entrance to hell. Since then, we had all been taken to Middlesex Hospital and well taken care of. Only when the doctors were done with our physicals did we hear the horrid news. In the chaos that followed the explosion, we had not found time to count heads, and as it turned out, there was one too few. Sherlock had not made it out alive. We were told to consider ourselves lucky that the flames grew strong before the explosion, giving us some small warning of what was to come, else we would have never had the time to escape the blast. Yet none of us felt lucky at all. After an hour's wait, we gather in the common room of the hospital and are greeted by Mycroft Holmes. His expression doesn't give any clue as to his emotions, and after a few minutes of silence, he says, "I would like to apologize on behalf of my late brother for the disturbance he has brought to your otherwise ordinary lives. I'd expect him to have some good reason for this failed experiment, but we'll never know, I guess. This will be one mystery that Sherlock will take to his grave." As we try to get a word in and ask Mycroft if there's any hope at all that Sherlock managed to escape the explosion, he cuts us off. "There's no use in hoping. He's dead, and dead he shall remain. Now, I've talked to Dr. Watson, and he agreed to take a leave from his detective work for the foreseeable time. I strongly advise you to do the same." He pauses briefly. "However, I do know of you and your eagerness to follow in my brother's footsteps. So if this is still true, I do have something of equally pressing matter to keep you busy with." He takes a few steps closer, looks around, and in an ostentatious voice says, "As long as you can agree that you will not look any further into this terrible accident at Baker Street, no good can come of it." He takes another step closer, and his eyes narrow. "We don't know who is watching." He finishes with a whisper. Just then, a man walks into the common room holding a black box in both hands. Its old metal exterior is covered with soot, as if taken out of a fireplace. Sherlock had a very similar box. It once stood in his private room. "Ah, there you are," says Mycroft. "How good of you to bring the patient's belongings." Grabbing the box from the man's hands and handing it over to us, Mycroft returns to the door from whence he came. He waits for a moment and then looks back. "I know my brother, my late brother, had the tendency to let you loose in the city, but I'll be chief with you. Listen carefully, this is what I want. Early this morning, 2 prisoners were being transported away from Millbank Prison. However, they never arrived at their destinations. Their names are Mabel Brown and Emily Roster. See what you can find out. Also, there seems to have been some new information about a fire that broke out yesterday. The other fire. The one at the funeral home. Remember? Well, it seems new footprints have been found there, not belonging to any of the victims. That should keep you busy enough, I'd say." Mycroft looks us over, and his face tells us he's thinking of telling us more. He eyes the man standing next to him and looks back at us. There were also some rumors going around of a break-in 2 months ago at Buckingham Palace. But best you just ignore that bit of information. No good can come of it." He winks at us. Then he takes his leave, and we're left with the charred box. When we open it, we find less than we had hoped for. It contains a copy of the Times dated about 10 years ago with an attached note. You owe me again, and it is signed Womack. Additionally, we find a small scrap of paper which is partially burned. In Sherlock's handwriting, it shows only 3 scribblings, a drawing of a crown, the letter M, and a question mark. We write today's date on the old newspaper to remind ourselves of today's matters, as we fear it might become as chaotic as yesterday was. Then we make our way out of the hospital. Okay, so I don't know what this is about, but we have now got a very cool situation in our hand. Both cases have come back to life. It's not just the second case, it's both cases. Chapter 1 and Chapter 2 are now active. Look, because the 2 prisoners are the 2 women from our first case. They escaped. Mabel Brown and Emily Roster have escaped. Those are the 2 women that killed each other's husbands in case 1. And the fire from case 2, there's new footprints. And we've got this very mysterious box with a mysterious copy of the newspaper from 10 years ago. It's signed Lomax, who's the librarian. And we've got Mycroft involved, Sherlock's brother, the spy master. And we've got Sherlock faking his death. Clearly faking his death. And also a reference to an older case that Mycroft says, wink, wink, don't look into. We have got lots of stuff going on. Where was the Buckingham Palace reference? He says, you have to agree, you're not going to look into this accident. And then we've got Buckingham Palace 2 months ago. Okay, so we would expect this to be in January 1889 paper. Wow, we have got our hands full. And this case is about twice as big as the previous cases. Okay, this is exciting. This is sort of like the easy cases now feel like they've got a different weight to them. I thought for sure this third chapter was not going to have anything to do with the first 2. And in fact, it has to do with both of them. All right. Now let's read the warning again so we remember to take this seriously and not get lulled into complacency. As a forewarning, this case is more complex than most cases. Not just more complex than the other 2 cases, but most cases. All right, well, let's start making notes of places we want to visit or pay attention to. We've got Millbank Prison. And then we've got Mabel Brown and Emily Roster. Do we need to think about others in the others from chapter 1? Like there are people that haven't been mentioned yet, but we know that they were involved in chapter 1. Like, what was the name of the other friend? It was Emily, Mabel, and what was the name of the other one? Remember the other one? Why isn't the other one in jail or trying to break out? Maybe she is, but there was another friend. Emily, Mabel, and I can't remember the other one. Okay, so this is our case 1. Okay. Case 1, people. And then in chapter 2, we have new footprints at the funeral parlor. That's all we're told is new about that case. And then with our chapter 3 new stuff, we have Buckingham Palace sometime in January of 1889. We have the Baker Street 221B. We might investigate 221B Baker Street to see about the fire. And then we also have Lomax, the quote, "You owe me." And then we have the old paper. The crown drawing. And the letter M, which Anna rightly points out, if this is a serious case, it could be Moriarty. Anything else? Okay, so Anna says, where is the paper? Well, the paper's right here. Here is the paper from 1879, 10 years ago. And he says he crossed it off just to remind us what day our case starts on. So our day starts Friday, March 29th, but this is a paper from October 6th, which obviously we'll want to look at carefully about the charred remains. So we'll definitely want to look also through the January 10 newspaper. 3 scribblings, drawing of a crown, the letter M, and a question mark. So did anyone remember the name of the other woman? Jameson was her last name. Yes, good. Jameson. What was her first name though? Mabel Brown, Emily Roster, and something Jameson. Can't remember. All right, so kind of exciting. Where would you like to start? Martha. Martha was her first name. Oh, I was thinking Martha was Mabel, but you're right. It must have been Martha Jameson. Okay. Well, should we start with the old paper? Let's start by going through the old paper. So here's the paper that was found in the charred box. Monday, October 6, 1879. October 6, 1879, from a decade ago. Okay. Birth of Edgar Refit. Marriage. Criminal court. Percival Mildwater died from a heart attack. Wife of Branston Morrow missed by her 3 children. Mayor Sir Francis Wyatt Truscott, part of the Worshipful Company of Stationers and Newspaper Makers, is declaring more resources are to be allocated to news publishers. This is in response to the tiresome allegations from opposing parties whose bitter rivalry has forced them into shedding blame for the last mayor's mistakes. With this increase, the quality and independency of newspapers and journalists alike will strengthen. The notorious jockey Michael Eckel was charged today with the usage of opium on competitors' horses. He will serve out a 2-year sentence, will be banned from all present and future horse races. Has been put into prison. Miss Aveline MacDonald, her voice brings delight to all, witnessed the spectacular dancing of the London Best Dancers, low entrance fee at the Pavilion Music Hall. Artists galore at the British Museum. New exhibitions, proud British artists, William Knight Keeling, Harry Hall, Frederick Richard Lee, and more. Come see true workmanship and artistry at Great Russell Street. Personal, £20 reward lost somewhere in the last 3 days. Edge of St. James Park, a leather-bound book containing handwritten research information. Okay. Gentleman in search for partnership wishes to find an expedient way of gaining a faithful and joyous suitor. All inquiries welcome. B. Carter. Businessman looking for a livery company to join. Large capital, modest business understanding. Then we have a battle due at Char Asia B. It appears Great Britain's mistrust has reached a peak in regards to the increasing influence of the Russian Empire over Afghanistan. The fear of this ill force spreading to British India has given the Crown reason enough to invade the country in what is already being called the Second Anglo-Afghan War. Amongst those that are being dispatched to the Char Azib district are Colonel S. Moran and his troops. The goal is to seize back control of area in name of the Crown, all the way north for 7 miles to Kabul. God is with them as they leave for war this evening. Okay. To the editor of the Times, sir, it is with great joy that I write this. Not but a year prior, I was unable to purchase a pair of matching socks, let alone walk down Piccadilly Circus and enter shops one only dreamed of as a child. Today, however, I must confess that the increased value of trade agreements and trade route allocations has been as profitable a market as was predicted by my trusted confidant, James M. My current believes, as based on 14 months of personal experience with the trading and shipping business, is that the values of stock in traders' associations, shipping companies, convoy bands, and even that of the companies of world traders is to rise until it can rise no longer. I share this in full knowledge that I will be sharing part of my wealth with the everyday man. But since I was, too, a common man in the not-too-distant past, I joyously share these good tidings, an affluent member of the public. Well, this is very suspicious. Now, you might wonder, why are they keeping this? Why is this paper being kept? It could be because of a story, but it could also be because there may be a code in here somewhere. However, DJ Moneycut says Colonel Sebastian Moran is mentioned in the Afghanistan story, is a known associate of Moriarty. Looks like we really are dealing with Moriarty here. Okay, where is our colonel? Colonel S. Moran. Not but a year prior, matching socks. Piccadilly Circus. Stock market. Predictions by James Moriarty. 14 months of experience trading and shipping business. All right. Not clear why you would keep this, except for maybe these articles here. All right. And then of course we've got yesterday's paper and the paper about from 2 months ago, which might have Buckingham Palace articles in it. So, where shall we start? The handwritten book sounds suspicious too. Yes, it did sound suspicious. That was that article. I mean, 20 pounds, that's a big reward. It's not going to help us to go to St. James Park, though. This was 10 years ago. But we could see who the owner was by visiting that person. Paper's not going to know who placed this ad 10 years ago. All right, let me think. Let me put my notes here on this paper. We're going to keep good notes because this case says it's complicated. We're going to take it at its word. So in the paper, here are the things that jump out to us. And then James Associate. Looks like we might have multiple cases that we could investigate in either order. Okay, I think a couple people want to go to the prison. If we do have a prison break, maybe that is the one that's time sensitive. All right, let's go to Millbank Prison. You remember Millbank Prison is down here somewhere. There. So 23 Southwest is Millbank Prison. Let's head over. It's exciting to have a big case, huh? All right. We enter the offices of Millbank Prison, where, when we enter, we're instantly greeted by Mr. Fairmouth, the head warden. We're taken into his private office and offered tea. After he tells us he expected our arrival, we change the topic to the missing prisoners. All right, so the two prisoners that went missing earlier this morning were Mrs. Mabel Brown and Mrs. Emily Roster, each charged with 1 count of murder. They were destined to move to an all-women's penitentiary just outside the city. We loaded them onto the carriage this morning, but neither the two prisoners, the carriage, nor the driver have been seen since. Could you tell us what route the carriage was supposed to take? The carriage exit leads to Grosvenor Road, next to the Thames, after which the carriage went southwards. This I know for a fact, as I could see it from here. Mr. Fairmouth points out of the window. We look into that direction and indeed have a visual on part of Grosvenor Road. After that, the carriage was supposed to make a left turn going over Vauxhall Bridge and then a right turn to get out of the city. After we received word that the prisoners never arrived at their destination, we checked with the bridge master at Vauxhall Bridge, and he claims never to have seen any prison carriage cross today. We asked similar questions further south on Grosvenor Road, leading out of the city, and there, too, we received the same answers. That leads me to believe the carriage went westwards instead of crossing the bridge. And who was the carriage driver? I don't know, to be honest. The men working here take long shifts, and they often fill in for one another when need be. I did a head count when the news broke, and I still have 3 names unaccounted for. 2 must have had the night shift and are now resting at home. The other must be our missing driver. The man scrolls through a pile of notes on his table. The desk holds a large collection of clutter and junk. It appears the head warden is not a tidy man. Okay, the names of my 3 wardens are Bernard Nims, Ralph Owen, and James Piper. When we find out who went missing, I'll be sure to let you know. So tell me, how can I most easily contact you? We give him an address of where we collect our post, which he writes down on a torn piece of paper, which quickly disappears between the large mess. Can you explain to us why Mrs. Jameson was not on the carriages this morning? We asked. We were wondering that ourselves. Yes. The 3rd member of what the press likes to call the winter widows. The winter widows. As Miss Martha Jameson was scheduled to be transported as well. But late last night, she said she had new information to share in an ongoing case. As is procedure, we had someone from Scotland Yard interview her, and it turns out she really did have something useful to share. This morning, before the carriage left, they took her to Scotland Yard for further interviews. So Martha, the ringleader of this group of widows, should be at Scotland Yard. Do you know what kind of information she had to share? I only know what my wardens told me, which was something about hush money that her friends' husbands were receiving and from whom, that sort of thing. Also, she was given the murder plan by some mysterious man, and she's been saying that ever since she arrived. The murder plan? The idea that each woman kills another woman's husband, whilst the wife of said husband has an alibi. She probably thought it was a brilliant idea, but when they got caught, she started blaming someone else for her mistakes. I've seen it 100 times over. Lastly, was there any reason for Mrs. Jameson to want to be interviewed by Scotland Yard now, as opposed to last week or last month? Well, maybe she needed more time to think, or maybe she was spooked by that other detective that came around demanding interviews with all 3 prisoners. The other detective? What was his name? Mr. Brown. Same name as one of the prisoners, I know, but he assured me there was no family connection. Thank you, Mr. Fairmouth. You've been most helpful. Okay. Well, this case feels like a whole different order of magnitude, and it's put all the previous cases in a totally different light. So, Martha Jameson is trying to provide information to Scotland Yard. We're already suspicious. Why does she now want to talk to someone? And she's saying that someone else planted this idea in her head, maybe Alfred Hitchcock, about killing each other's husbands. She was given the murder plan by some mysterious man. Okay, so what we want to do here is 32 Southwest. This is Millibank. Okay, so we got given the name of the 3 workers at the 3 workers whose name are Bernard Nims, Ralph Owen, and James Piper. One is the driver who's missing, got a missing prison carriage that's been used for an escape. Okay, and then at Scotland Yard is Martha Jameson. We're told about a mystery man supplying the murder plan, but the warden here says he's heard it a million times, it's just a lie. Then we've also been told about a new detective, Detective Mr. Brown. Now, is this Holmes? Is it 23 or 32? It's 23, thanks. Is this other detective Sherlock Holmes? Or is it a relative of Mabel Brown who's coordinating the escape with her? There's so many interesting things going on here. Okay, and then we're told the driving route. All right, let's see if we can't retrace the driving route before we continue. He says, exit goes to Grosvenor, and then it goes south. Okay, so it looks like it's due to leave the city. Okay, so it comes out of the exit, it goes south, and it's supposed to cross Vauxhall Bridge and leave the city. But it doesn't. And he said he checked with Lambeth, I think, also. He sees it go south, so he knows it's gone this way. We asked similar. Oh, so okay. So he sees it go this way. He asks on the bridge. They claim never to see it, and then he asks down further south on Grosvenor, and no one has seen it. So he thinks that means it must have gone this way. So if he sees it go here and it goes west, it would pass 76. Maybe these other things. It feels like maybe we should check 76 to see if anyone remembers seeing it. So I'm just going to put for the driving route west past 76 southwest. Maybe either way, if it's going much west, 76 is the one you'd expect it to pass. Yeah, the husbands all worked at an insurance company. All right. Well, it might make sense to go to their houses too, to see if they've showed up. You know, I modified that plugin so it would stop doing that. Why does it? Oh, it did stop. Okay. It seems to me if we do want to continue tracking down these women as our first object, we could follow up at Scotland Yard. And we could go to their houses and see if anyone has heard from them. I guess I'm more curious. I think my heart, and then we've got the drivers. Let's consider this escape to be our top priority because they could escape the city, even the country. So this is the case that they're tracking down this missing vehicle carriage is going to be our time sensitive task. Jonathan says he'd like to start off at 76. Okay, let's start off at 76 then. Okay, taking a bit of a stab in the dark, we walk around the building block between Vauxhall Bridge Road and Lupus Street. After completing almost the entire circle around the block, we stop at a small shed which stands between two buildings. The shed itself has no discerning features. However, we notice wheel marks in the mud leading into the shed. We open the heavy door and go inside, where we find what we're looking for. The Milbank prison carriage is stationed here. Though it seems to have been left in a hurry, the horse is still attached to it and looks around when we approach. As we draw closer to investigate, we notice two massive red stains on the wooden floorboards. It's a gruesome scene, and to whomever this blood belonged, they surely are no longer alive. There's no sign of bodies, however. The carriage is empty, both inside and on the front driver's seat, and the shed holds nothing but some old rusty tools that have been laying in a corner for a couple of years. When we make our way back outside, we call over a nearby Bobby and alert him to the crime scene that we discovered. Afterwards, we ask some locals if they saw anything early this morning or possibly heard anything, but most were either asleep or already off to work. Boy, this case is using the formula that works really well for me, which is all these odd clues that we can't explain. So there's two possibilities here. Either someone has killed the two women to silence them, or they've killed the driver. Let's not forget, they could have killed the driver to make their getaway. But there's two massive red stains. That does sound like the two women might be killed. Okay, 76 Southwest, dead, two blood pools. No sign of bodies. So they had to come out of here on foot, but possibly jumped in another carriage that was waiting for them. No bodies, though. How would you kill the bodies and dispose? What are you doing with them? What are you doing with the body? One body or two, we're not sure. But why not just leave the bodies there? That's a lot of work to carry around a dead body. All right. You want to go to Scotland Yard, huh? Make sure the third one is still safe. And see what she has to say. She may have pretended she had some news just to get out of the prison if she heard that someone was after her. So our best lead to our Scotland Yard and to visit the houses of those guards. You want to go to Scotland Yard, huh? All right, let's go to Scotland Yard. There's our beautiful cards from Eric. Okay, 13 Southwest. Next, it's near where we are. Well, makes sense. We would just head up there. Got nice long entries in this case, too. We make our way into the well-known offices of Scotland Yard. Though normally not that welcoming, today we find the clerk to be agreeable. It appears Mycroft has sent word ahead of our arrival. We inform the clerk of our interest in Mrs. Jameson. She's being interviewed as we speak. If you want, I can see if you can join. The clerk excuses himself and returns after a few minutes. He beckons us to follow and takes us to the room adjacent to the interview room. Inside, we find a man standing in the dark looking through a window. The window is a two-way mirror and shows us Martha Jameson sitting at a table. The man presses a finger against his lips. Shh. We close the door behind us, and a moment later, the door of the interview room opens, and a man walks in. From our observation room, we're able to hear everything. Hello again, Martha. I brought you some tea. The man sets down a steaming cup of tea on the table. Mrs. Jameson takes the cup and holds it with both hands. Her eyes stare off into the distance. The man in our room whispers to us, "She's quite shook up about hearing her two friends are missing. Whatever horrible things these ladies did, they were still good friends." So tell me again what you wanted to share, Martha. The detective in the interview room continues. Well, Mrs. Jameson clears her throat with a small cough. Well, I was quite surprised by Inspector Brown's visit to Millbank. He visited all three of us and put quite the scare on me. What did he say? He was furious with us. He's Sam's brother, you see, and he wanted revenge. I don't know why they even let him into the building, let alone talk to us. He misused his position to make personal threats. For once, I was happy to be in a prison surrounded by lawful guards. She lets out a forced chuckle. The detective sits down in front of her and looks her in the eyes. That sounds serious, Martha. But as my colleague told me, there were some other matters you wanted to discuss. One's related to your case. The detective, one's related to your case. Yes, true. The thing is, I'm not one of those dumb crooks. I'm not going to sit here and convince you I'm innocent. I did what I did. But all I'm saying is that it wasn't just me. Not just me and the girls. It's true, I shared the idea with them, but the idea to solve each other's issues, so to say, but it wasn't me who came up with it. Then who did? Well, one day I was at the Cavendish Club. That's where our husbands used to go and waste our money. Well, like I said, one day I was there seeing what my husband was up to. He didn't show, but I did meet a stranger. He was charming and nice, and we started to talk. One thing led to another. After a few drinks, we were discussing murder plots. Just like that, the detective asked suspiciously. Well, it's all a bit hazy. But I tell you, this man gave me the plan. It was only later I realized he couldn't have come up with this plan unless he knew intimate details about our marriages. He had to know who did what and when they did it. Do you remember his name? He never gave one. Okay, then take me through that entire day, step by step. As Mrs. Jameson goes into full detail of that day, the man in our room ushers us into the hallway. As you can see, Mrs. Jameson has some wild accusations. It's our job to investigate these, but I hold small hope they'll lead anywhere. Strange men in clubs, murder plots, it's all a bit far-fetched. Well, thank you for letting us sit in nonetheless, we say kindly. Did you discover anything already in regards to her new claims? Well, she did mention that Mr. Brown and Mr. Roster, but not her own husband, Mr. Jameson, received money from some source outside work. Quite reasonable amounts. We looked into it, and though it seems unlikely, it's not entirely impossible for them to have gained additional funds for the last 10 years. Did Mrs. Jameson also say what this money was for? Well, she claims it was hush money to keep both men quiet. They apparently saw something in October of 79, something they shouldn't have. Furthermore, she claims both men were starting to ask for more money, and that was right before she met this mysterious man in the Cavendish Club. It's all hearsay. We can't interview the other two women to confirm any of this. The detective waves his hands as if the entire story was made up out of thin air. We talk for a bit more, but most of what Mrs. Jameson wants to share with Scotland Yard is information that cannot be confirmed or sounds made up. Before we take our leave, however, we asked the detective about a more recent case, yesterday's fire at Clarence Robinson's. This is the funeral home. Oh, that, unfortunately, I wasn't involved in, so I have no clue. But if you're looking for a general report on the case, I could bring you one, but seeing as you did an investigation yourselves, I don't know of what use that would be. We thank the man and leave. On our way out, we realize we might have used up all the information Scotland Yard proper has to offer us. If we want to know more, we'll have to delve other veins, like Scotland Yard's criminology lab or even the Police Gazette. Okay, so 10 years ago, let's make our notes here. 10 years ago, October 79, Mr. Brown and Mr. Roster, but not her husband. So Mr. Brown, Mr. Roster are getting paid. They saw something. Getting paid to keep quiet. Okay. And then she said, asking for more money. And then she says, Mystery Man was at the Cavendish Club. Is this going to be Moriarty who's orchestrating the murder of these men, convincing her to do it, but he knew everything about it? Okay. And then we know that Detective Brown is Sam Brown's, one of the husbands, brother. So indeed, and he's out for revenge. So he could have killed the other two ladies, presumably. I don't know why he would blame those two. Why not blame the one that killed? Why not just kill the wife? I guess the wife and the one who helped, all right. And then we're told about two more places that could be of interest to us. The criminology lab and the police gazette. Let's not forget. It's giving us a little hint to go to those places. Wow, big long entry. They saw something 10 years ago. Anna says that's what's in the paper from 10 years ago, what they've seen, I guess. I wouldn't jump to that conclusion that it's in the paper, but it is about, yes, I mean, the paper could have a reference to it. But what would they have seen? What was in our paper that someone could have seen? The book? I do think the paper was from October. Oh, yeah, there's no doubt about it. The paper was from 10 years ago, October. It's absolutely connected to our case. It matches up with that timeline. I'm just saying I don't know that it's a matter of seeing something here. But there is some event here. But maybe something happened here. Maybe they saw something at the British Museum, the music hall, someone getting killed by a fake heart attack. It's hard to know. Or this book. But, all right. Well, it's time for a break. This case is very engaging. Okay, I'll see you in 8 minutes. So before I forget, your movie assignment for today, if you have not watched it yet, is to go watch Alfred Hitchcock's Strangers on a Train. One of my favorites, a really classic movie with some really phenomenal acting in it. Okay. We're still going to try to track down these women, dead or alive. Our best bet for them is Sam Brown's brother, the detective. He may have killed them for revenge. Or we could try to find the driver. We've got 3 potential names for that. Let's take a look in our directory under Brown. So we've got an Inspector Brown. Boy, that sounds like our guy. This sounds like Sam Brown's brother, the Inspector, 50WC. I think we should visit him. We could also knock on Sam Brown's house, his door. He's been killed and his wife's in jail or dead now, but I wonder if someone could be using that house. Let's just make a note of that. All right, let's go there, and then maybe I think we track down these drivers. One of them might be dead. We don't really know. Okay, here we go. As we make our way across the corner of Phoenix Road onto Charlton Street, we're shocked to see three bobbies bashing against the door. They take turns shoulder bashing into it, and we hasten our step as they are currently bashing on the door of Mr. Brown. Once there, one of the officers bashes the door off its hinges and falls into the hallway. The other two rush into the building and run to the back of the building. A few seconds later, there's a yell. "All clear, sir!" As we walk up to the now empty door frame, the bobby stands up and acknowledges our presence. "Sorry, lads, police business. I'll have to ask you to stay back." "We're not here by chance. Mr. Brown has come up in one of our investigations and we need to speak with him." Your investigation? Your detectives? We nod and add, "We only require a quick word, just tying up some loose ends." One of the officers from the back comes and joins us and talks silently to the other officers we're speaking with. "Well, I'm afraid that won't be possible. The reason we came barging in here is because we heard a gunshot. As it turns out, Mr. Brown has taken his own life. It's a ghastly scene, but if you have the stomach, you can help us figure out what exactly happened." Oh my God, this is such a deep plot. He's been killed and made to look like he took his own life? All right, let's find out. As we make our way further into the house, we come upon the kitchen where we see Mr. Brown sat on a chair with a pistol in his hand and a large red smear of blood on the wall behind him. It is indeed a dreadful sight. "Is it all right if we have a look through the other rooms?" "Well, sure, but I'll escort you." We make our way into the living room where we find a pile of articles on the Winter Widows. There are dirty dishes all over the room, on the table, side tables, mantel, and even the floor. It seems Mr. Brown has been living a squalor's life recently. Furthermore, we find a set of celluloid pictures of alleyways and streets. Most are hard to recognize, but one sticks out like a sore thumb, a picture of the cellar doors of Clarence Robinson's funeral parlor. Crumpled up in the corner of the room, we find a piece of paper from the Bow Street police station. As it turns out, Mr. Brown was indeed an inspector there. However, the letter states that he was terminated after ill conduct and misuse of resources. Feeling that we gathered all the clues we could, we leave the officers to their crime scene. This case is so deep. So, okay, so the question is, has he really killed himself? And why is he connected now to our funeral parlor fire? We've now connected, the two cases have now connected. Any sign that someone could have shot him and escaped? Not really, right? But we're really not told if there's a back door. Certainly looks like he's committed suicide. So are the new footprints that they found at the funeral parlor going to be this guy's? Bow Street Police, they might know more about what he's been up to recently. Has he been involved with Moriarty? Has he killed himself? I thought we were going to see plans of the escape route for the women. He's been living in squalor, so he's not flush with money. Hmm. So probably he really did kill himself, which means he didn't kill the women, presumably. Okay. Well, let's mark where his house is. 50 WC. Oh, his house is all the way up there. And where is the Bow Street? There's the Bow Street. There's the Bow Street police station. Here's his house. That's where he worked. Remember, the funeral parlor is right here, right? Why don't we head down? We'll stop at the police station and the funeral parlor. And then I think we should... I think we got to investigate those drivers if we're really concerned about the escaped prisoners. All right, let's go to the Bow Street Police Station, 70 WC. We enter Bow Street Police Station to answer some lingering questions about Inspector Brown. The station is small in comparison to most police stations, and we are even greeted by the Chief of Police himself. He informs us that he indeed released Inspector Brown of all his duties. The man was a wreck after losing his brother Sam. He hardly showed any drive to do his job. I told him to take a leave of absence, but he refused. Later, when he started arriving at work still drunk from the night before and shouting about how he was going to seek revenge, I forced him to leave. On his way out, he even stole my Kodak celluloid camera. The chief of police looks to be most sad about his missing camera. We walk over to Brown's old desk and find that he indeed has not visited it since his brother's death. The stack of notes on his desk mostly refer to cases the police were working on, except one note, which simply has a list of names, one of which is circled about 10 times. Sebastian Moran. That's a new name to us, isn't it? Or, hold on. Yeah, it's not one of the drivers, but is that name... Okay, Anna has a very good observation. The camera wasn't in his room, so he's stolen this fancy camera, and it was not found on his body. Sebastian Moran is the colonel from the Afghanistan story. Well, that's now sounding like the puzzle pieces are connecting. So the name that's circled on his notes is Sebastian Moran, and Colonel S. Moran is who this story is being written about. Well, the plot is thickening. The plot is absolutely thickening. Okay, since we're right next door, let's head over to the funeral home, which we remember is 71. And another big, long entry. For the second day in a row, we make our way toward the funeral parlor. This time, however, the building is safe to enter, and after a quick chat with the officer standing guard outside, we're allowed to do so. Most of the ground floor survived the fire, though large black spots marked the floor and lower walls. It's only when we walk toward the basement stairs that we notice the true damage. The entire staircase has been charred black, and we carefully make our way down, hoping it won't break under our feet. When we arrive in the basement, we need a moment for our eyes to adjust. The cellar doors at the back are open, letting in a bit of light. But beyond that, everything is black. The faint odor of chemicals still lingers, though most of it has been aired out. Walking over to one of the small paper signs left behind by the police investigators that were here before, we're presented with a single clear footprint. It appears to have been left in some kind of hardened gelatin. The same gelatin is spilling from a nearby toppled over canister that has also hardened. We read the label and learn that it is a product used for embalming. The footprint is of average shape, though the size of the boot suggests a man was here. Because of the solidified bubbles in the gelatin, we get the idea the footprint was made before the fire started, or at least before the fire got out of control. So in a scuffle, this embalming liquid spilled and our culprit stepped in it. But it doesn't match any of the dead people. You would think it might be the homeless guy who went down there to steal stuff, but this looks like someone else's footprint. The placement of the footprint is behind an open closet that separates the room into two areas. The closet holds many different small tools as well as multiple jars. One of the shelves is empty. And on the other side of the closet, we find broken jars. The labels are burned off completely, unfortunately. On one side of the basement is a large collection of tools as well as the cellar doors. And on the other side, we find the workspace of the mortician. It holds 3 tables for corpses to be worked on, which now all stand empty, except for a layer of black dust and what we fear to be charred pieces of whoever lay there. On the floor between the tables are 2 similar black piles. We scan the room for anything of use and are drawn to the farthest corner of the room. There, sticking out from beneath a pile of soot and ash, is a bright red corner of a tin container. As we brush away the ash, we find a collection of tin containers. From our previous investigations, we remember that these type of containers often house paperwork. When put in the same room with smelly chemicals, it's the only way to keep it from sinking into the paper. For example, Mr. Murray from the criminology laboratory houses his paperwork in a very similar fashion. The strange thing here, however, is that we already saw a small office upstairs, and thus there would be no need for Mr. Latham to have his own. We investigate and find most containers hold various forms and sheets for copying information on the deceased. as well as forms that deal with the deceased's family. A tiny tin box at the back holds a small notebook. In it, we find a list of names, always in pairs of two. They seem completely random, and we hardly recognize any of them. The color of the ink does give us the idea that these pairs of names have been put to paper on many different occasions. One set of names sticks out to us: Jerome Emmons and Clint Wallace. Both names we remember from our previous case, though maybe Watson would have more information on them since he was investigating the crime scene. Okay, this is what I said in the chat during break. Is this case going to connect to our mistaken identity of the dead sailor? And that's who these people are. And it's interesting that it's a pair of names because one of these guys died and one of them was reported as dead. And we never really resolved what's going on with the person who died. And then when we knocked on the door of Clint Wallace, because we heard he was the dead sailor, he said, "I'm alive and fine." And it turns out that Jerome Evans was the sailor that died. So why did Clint Wallace get reported as being dead? And now here they are on this list. Making our way back up the black staircase, we end up outside and have a short chat with the Bobby standing guard. We show him the notebook with names to see if any look familiar to him. To our surprise, they do. I have no clue who these people are. Some of the names do sound familiar. There was an investigation into this place a couple months back. Apparently, they were mixing up people's identities more often. The whole thing turned out to be a series of mistakes and bad paperwork, but this notebook you found would suggest something else. We asked the officer for further details on the case, but all he remembers is what he overheard at his local station. However, he does remember Inspector Brown being part of the investigation. When we ask where we can contact Inspector Brown, the officer shrugs. "I haven't a clue. He got forced into early retirement due to bad behavior," something like that. Maybe it had something to do with that old case, because when I interviewed the locals here yesterday, his name popped up multiple times. Apparently, he had been seen around here. It's always sad to see a detective get so obsessed with a case. "Thank you for your help and for letting us investigate the building." "You're welcome." All right, so it feels like the mistaken identity of who died is being traced down to this funeral parlor. And it was investigated and they determined that it was just mistakes. But now we've got a notebook that makes clear that the funeral parlor is not just making mistakes. So they're part of some organized effort to swap out names of dead people? Why? Why are they trying to report the wrong person being dead? Jonathan has a good point about the life insurance. Maybe it was some sort of life insurance fraud scheme with the insurance salesman. I think that's a very good theory. I think that's a very good idea. Not that the insurance people are involved, but they have found out about it. They have found out about it. Remember when we visited Clint Wallace, he was in a good mood celebrating. We thought he was dead. So, I mean, let's think about it for a second. You take out insurance on someone. You find someone who died for unrelated reasons, and you say that the person who had insurance actually died, and then you get to collect the insurance money, right? So in other words, let's say some homeless person dies, Joe Schmo. You get insurance. You've got insurance on this other guy, Alex Keating, and you just swap the identities and you pretend that Alex Keating has died. And then you can collect the insurance money that you had on Alex Keating. Maybe at some point they discover he's actually alive, but by then you've got your money and you're gone. And you wouldn't have to kill anyone because you're just using an existing dead body. Now, Melissa says H.H. Holmes was a serial killer that did that. That's when they killed real people to get their insurance money. Okay, so let's make a note to visit the insurance company again. I also want to point out one other thing. We may want to look at the scene again to see if we could understand the layout of this building. It was a little interesting. But is it all, notice that they found a notebook in these tins. So these tins are the things that didn't get burned up because they're used to keep the smell out, but they protected them from fire. But also notice that we found a little notebook with these names. And I want to remind you that in the paper, there was the thing about a lost notebook with research notes. Is it possible that could have been this notebook or a related notebook? Okay, before we move on, I want to see if we can understand this layout of this stuff a little better. So we find a footprint. Placement of the footprint of average shape. It's a man. Placement of the footprint behind an open closet that separates the room into two areas. So do we think it's like a closet that's got two doors? It's separating into two areas. One of the shelves is empty. On the other side, broken jars. Does that just mean it's the chloroform that broke? Labels are burned off. Okay, then the basement has cellar doors, workspace of mortician, 3 tables, which are all burned up. So are we thinking that that may have been the locus of the fire? They were trying to destroy those bodies so they couldn't be identified? Okay, and then we see in the corner the tins that are protecting the notes. And it says, strange thing, there's already a small office upstairs. Why is there an office down here? And this seems like this is the office where they're keeping the illegal notes. The illegal notes downstairs is what is here. Pairs of 2, lots of names. All right, so it looks like this funeral home is involved in this larger scam. And our detective has stumbled onto it. Boy, this case is deep. Well, we've heard about the criminology lab twice. It seems like we should go there. I'm a little worried about our from time perspective that we should be investigating our drivers. We should definitely go back to the insurance company too. And then if we think, hold on a second. So I was saying, could that lost book be related to our case? What's the address of the lost book? Lost somewhere in the last 3 days. Leather-bound book, handwritten research information, 63 WC. Where is 63 WC? It's all the way up here. So it's not like it's right near this place. Probably not related to our case. All right, let's not worry about it for now. It was 10 years ago. Where is our criminology lab? Don't forget Lomax was mentioned at the beginning of the case. Okay, H.R. Murray at the criminology lab. He's in 22 Southwest. Shall we head over there? All right, let's go to the criminology lab. Let's see what they can tell us about that footprint. Look at how beautiful these cards are. Okay, 22. Next to the front doors of Scotland Yard's criminology laboratory, we find Murray smoking a fag. He greets us warmly, and after finishing his smoke and having a short chat about how sorry he is for us to hear about the explosion, he takes us inside. Always find it best to focus on what needs doing, not on what has already happened. For instance, Murray points to a table full of household objects. This is stuff that was given to me from Baker Street. Those over there, he points to another table full of stuff, also come from Baker Street. However, those I've already analyzed, and I can say with some certainty what happened, even though not everything has been gone through. Please share with us your findings, we say. Well, it was easy to believe a single explosion caused all this damage, but I remember hearing about your testimonies about a fire spreading across the rooms before any explosion went off. This fact got me thinking. I believe I found something interesting. He picks up a basket we recognize as having once stood just outside Sherlock's private room. From these burn marks, I can tell you that the initial fire was an oil fire, most likely from a spilled lantern. They spread quickly and can cause quite a lot of smoke, though they often burn out pretty quickly. Murray picks up another object. This time it's a big book. As he lifts it up, some of the pages break off and fall on the table. Now this here's one of the books gathered from the back room, as you can see by the tearing of the cover, and even the papers inside, a shockwave tore it apart. This cannot be done by normal flames, only by something more powerful like an explosion. What kind of explosion could that be? I can't say, really. Any type, as long as it's strong enough. Whatever it was, it had to be rather big. Not something you could throw through the window. Murray's eyes narrow and he stares off in the distance in deep thought. Yeah, maybe I have something else that could be of use to you as well. He walks over to a nearby desk, opens a container, and grabs a stack of papers. Last time I saw Sherlock, he came around to ask after the mortician of a funeral parlor. Sherlock was under the impression something strange might have been going on there. He asked me to look into a list of people that came through here. Corpses, I mean. All deceased criminals, as it turned out. There was a couple months ago. Sherlock was under the impression some of the names might not have matched the bodies. That was not part of the rest of his investigation, but I remember he visited Quentin Hogg directly after leaving here. Thank you for your time, Ray. Okay, so now we got another extra clue. He's investigating the same thing, the mistaken identity bodies, but he says they're all deceased criminals. This is like some witness relocation program for criminals. All of this stuff is talking about the fire in Sherlock Holmes's room and how it was set up by Holmes to be fake, right? It's saying basically he started a oil fire to create smoke and then an explosion which couldn't have been thrown into the room. This is just basically telling us that Sherlock Holmes faked his own death. But this part here about deceased criminals, another piece of the puzzle that these are deceased criminals. So that's another possibility that it's not insurance, or not just about insurance, but also about making criminals disappear from the legal system by pretending they're dead. A couple months ago. And then Quentin Hogg. So we'll want to follow up with Quentin Hogg to see what Sherlock Holmes was thinking. But I think we should get back on our trail of the drivers for now. Then come back to this. Is it possible there... Is it possible they're taking over the identities? So we went to Clint Wallace's house. He's been reported dead. He's alive and well. Joseph Emmons was the one who actually died. Is it possible that the criminal is taking the place of the other person? So you kill off the upstanding citizen, and you record it as the death of the criminal, and then the criminal takes over the life of the upstanding citizen? Is that what's happening? And you can collect the insurance? And that was the flaw with the insurance that was pointed out. Like, but the guy's still alive. You've collected insurance on him, but he's still alive. So maybe that's a bit problematic. But what are you... Is it that you're just killing off a good citizen and you're pretending he's the one... You're pretending that the criminal died and the body of the good citizen stands in for the criminal, and now the criminal takes over his life. If that's true, then when we knocked on the door of Clint Wallace and he's having a great time, then it really wasn't Clint Wallace that opened the door, but Jerome Emmons. It's an interesting idea. So we might want to knock on the door of Clint Wallace again. See if we can see him acting suspiciously or if he's just genuinely bemused by his falsely reported death. I might want to check out births and death records as well. All right, let's investigate these drivers because I want to get a lead on the criminal that may have killed these women, if they're dead or if they've tried to break out. Bernard Nims, Ralph Owen, and James Piper. Okay, let's look them up. Okay. Bernard Nims, 46 Southeast. And we have Ralph Owen, 84 Southwest. James Piper. (11 EC). We're told 2 of these slept in, and one of them is the driver who's gone missing. Anne is pointing out that my scheme for taking over the life of someone is problematic because the family would know it's not him. Well, that's a good point. Maybe you don't have to take over the life of someone else. Maybe you just have to make it look like someone died. But why report it wrong? That would be the part to collect the insurance. Okay. Well, we're just tabling that for now. Okay, Bernard Nims. We're just going to visit these people in order. I have to say, I am loving this case. There are so many little extra clues that are coming from every place we go. Okay, 46 Southeast. This is Bernard Nims. We softly tap at the door, but get no response. Pressing our ear to the door, we hear snoring. We tap again, this time a bit louder, yet nothing happens. The third time, we angrily bash on the door. That seemed to do the trick, as we hear movement from inside the house, and after a few seconds, a tired-looking man opens the door for us. Oh, sorry, I was sleeping. What's the matter? We apologize for the inconvenience, but we're here to confirm you're Bernard Nims. Yeah, I am. That I am. What's this about? Well, there seems to have been a disappearance of one of the wardens at Millbank. We know it to be either yourself, Mr. Owen, or Mr. Piper. Well, it's not me, and not Ralphie. He and I did night shift together. We thank the man for his time and take our leave. Okay. So he says it's not Ralphie, so maybe we skip Ralphie, but we may want to come back to it if we don't fully. I mean, I think we do believe him. He wouldn't be just snoring as an act. All right, let's knock on James Piper's door. Whether we want to knock on Ralphie's door, we can talk about in a second. The door is opened by a lady in bright yellow dress who greets us with a warm smile. You're here for James. He lives upstairs. I'm sorry to say he's out working at the moment. Do you live together? Oh, no. I just rent the upstairs to him. Hardly any trouble. He works long shifts at Millbank. Hardly ever makes noise whenever he's home. Well, we're glad to hear Mr. Piper's a good housemate. Would we be able to see his apartment for just a few seconds? Well, all right, but only a few. We make our way up the stairs and into the small upstairs room of James Piper. We ask the kind lady for a cup of tea, primarily so we can be left to our own devices in the room. After she leaves, we quickly scour the room for clues. Searching the clothes drawers and bedside cupboard yields nothing. But then we check underneath the pillow and we find a note. Dear Mother and Father, when you read this, the papers will be saying things about me. I want you to know I did not want to do it, but there were certain truths that I could not have enter the world, and there was a price to pay. I have little hope Sebastian will pay a price in turn for what he made me do. There's our colonel. Puzzled by our findings, we take one last look across the room. Hidden amongst the bookshelves, or rather behind the bookshelves, we find another set of books, the contents of which we do not see every day. Each of the thin books holds lewd cover art of a highly suggestive title, all of which of the homosexual nature. We leave the material there and make our way outside before the landlady returns with our tea. All right. Well, we've got another tie into Sebastian, Colonel Sebastian is clearly playing a big role in our case. Okay, 11 EC, James Piper, note about Sebastian. Okay. So, how do you read this? Okay, Anna, it didn't occur to me immediately when I read this. I thought this was meant to distract us from what's happening, but Anna has accurately described what's really happened, which is that he is a homosexual and he's being blackmailed to do what they want. So he is the driver. He has arranged for the two women to be driven and caught and killed, presumably. And he's doing it because he's being blackmailed by Sebastian. That suggests that maybe the driver's dead too. 2 pools of blood, but it sounds like they probably would have killed all 3, don't you think? And it's not exactly clear if he's being made to just drive them out or being made to kill them. But probably, if you had to bet realistically how these kinds of blackmails work, you couldn't blackmail a good guy, a driver, to kill them, but you could blackmail him to just drop them off somewhere in that shed where someone else is there and kills them. All right, so we found our driver, but it's of not much help to us in terms of finding the bodies. I'm not sure we ever will find the bodies, but we've got our tie-in to Sebastian, who seems to be so far the mastermind here. Sounds like we may want to go visit Sebastian. Let me put a mark where this guy's house is. 11 EC. Okay, I'm not sure we'll ever recover any of those bodies. They could be dumped in the Thames somewhere. All right, what lead do we want to follow next? I think maybe this might be a good time to read the paper from January about the Buckingham Palace. Here's our January 10th. Was it? Maybe it wasn't. Hold on a second. What's going on here? Something's fishy. What's happening here? Look at this. Hello? Look at these two articles. £20 reward lost at near Green Park. A leather-bound notebook, handwritten research. Return it to 63 WC. January 10, 1889. October 6, 1879, 10 years earlier. £20 reward lost this time here at St. James Park. What on earth? Now, either the author of this case just reused this thing, getting lazy, or by mistake, or we've got something very strange going on. How crazy is that? Different park. Hey, and look, this is not a mistake. This one says at the edge, and this one says at the head. What's going on? Why is that word capped? And why is That's weird. That is weird. That is weird. Wow, somewhere in the last 3 days at edge of St. James Park. Let's check for the other newspapers. March 28th, no. It's on March 29th, March 28th. There's our January 10th. Looking, so there are some of the papers from the original. Okay, not in any other papers, but boy, that is really interesting. Well, it's time to knock on this door and see what we can see. Boy, that's weird. All right. Well, why don't we take our break here? We'll be back in 8 minutes. We've been playing for 2 hours. At this time, we had finished yesterday's case. It's clearly we're not finished with this one. Okay, so we're going to take a break. We'll come back in 8 minutes. We'll knock on this door of 63 Gower Street and see who answers. One thing I'd like you to keep in mind or think about is when we should break tonight if we don't think we're going to finish it in one evening. It'd be nice to break at the halfway point or a little bit past the halfway point, but I don't think we're there yet. All right, I'll see you in 8 minutes. Harry says, this is a very interesting case. Yes, this is a very interesting case. So we've noticed that 10 years apart, two personals that look very suspicious about a lost book. One says at the head of Green Park North, a leather-bound book. One says at the edge of St. James Park South, a leather-bound book. Handwritten research information, bring it to 63 Gower. This could be just an author getting lazy reusing it, but doesn't seem like it. We don't know why this word is caps, and it's also an odd word. Now we're going to knock on the door of 63 Gower, WC, but before we do, let's go find these parks and mark out. So here is Green Park. And that's set at the head of Green Park North. Okay, and where was the other one? St. James Park, at the edge of St. James Park South. Green Park North, here or here, the edge of St. James Park South. Could be presumably saying where it got lost. But could it also be talking about a place to meet? Barracks. Well, let's knock on this door and see what we can see. See if anyone answers the door. So 63 WC Gower. Anna says, what about the other papers? I looked in the other papers. I didn't see anything else like that. But we could... The most obvious one to check would be from the first case paper or from the March 28th paper. But there is no Gower mention. No Gower, no message about. We do have found a diamond earring. No reward needed. Contact me at Sussex. But we visited that. It didn't appear to be anything. So I don't think that's related. 63 WC. Here we go. All right. Well, there is an entry. Very curious about this. Unsure of our destination, we scour through Gower Street and end up disturbing elderly people and housewives readying dinner for their families. After a vast number of dead ends, we find a homeless man sitting on the 5th floor. He's in a drunken stupor and is half leaning beside one of the apartment doors. As we approach, he turns away and wanders off. Is it Holmes? Sorry, sir. Could you maybe answer a few questions for us? The man turns his head enough to eye us over one by one. Then suddenly he spryly recovers from his drunkenness and bolts further into the hallway. We give half an attempt to pursue, but the man is already halfway down a set of stairs, halting at the door he was guarding. We notice it lacks any type of marking or indication as to who lives there. We test the numberless door for a lock, which it has. Luckily, Sherlock was wise enough to teach us the basics of lockpicking. A few moments later, we find ourselves inside the apartment. It's a small room with a tiny bathroom attached. Clearly is not lived in, but still holds all the expected furniture. Besides from the table, none of the other areas of the room seem to be in use. We find no appliances in the kitchen, no clothing in the closets. However, we soon find out the importance of this room. On the table lies a map, detailed map of Baker Street and its various alleys and surrounding buildings. We pick up the map and notice the distinct smell of petrol from below the table. The floor below is empty and clean, but the smell still lingers. As we lift up the map, a small pile of torn up pieces of paper fly off the table and land sporadically across the floor. There are at least 50 small pieces, but as we collect them and try to organize them, it becomes clear they once formed a single piece of paper. After a few minutes of good old-fashioned puzzling, we're able to make out 8 parts. However, we're unable to deduce in what order these parts came or where they were drawn on the page originally. The 8 parts show 4 symbols and 4 locations. The symbols include a rough drawing of an elephant, a clock, a crown, and a boat. The locations include 39 Upper Ground Street, 40 Commercial Road, 13 Kent Road, and 44 Charterhouse Street. Which goes with which is hard to say. Eight parts, torn up papers. They once formed a single piece of paper. We've got 4 symbols and 4 locations. So each of the elephant, clock, crown, and boat match to a location: Upper Ground, 40 Commercial, Kent Road, and Charterhouse. We don't know which goes with which. We don't know quite to make of it at this time, and instead of wondering about it here, we spend our time giving the room another look over. In the trash bag, we find a handful of papers. Most are indistinguishable receipts from restaurants, as well as a couple of train tickets toward a lot of different cities, mostly harbor towns. From the remainder of junk, there's only an empty matchbox from the Cavendish Club, an empty envelope with a blue stamp of a silhouetted lady in the top right corner, and a crumpled piece of paper with 3 sets of letters, JP at MP. Okay, well, we know what this is, don't we? That's Millbank Prison, and this is the name of the driver, JP. AKA James Piper, the driver. I think we found Sherlock Holmes's, well, I don't know what we found. Clearly, it's all clues to our case, but I don't know if Sherlock Holmes is the one that's been in there last. And that silhouetted lady paper, that's Our Lady Couriers, which we might want to visit again. Beside the trash can, there's a pile of newspapers. The dates on them are sporadic. Some newspapers going back many years. The only one that catches our attention is a Times from the 20th of March from 1888. In other words, a year ago, as it has some markings on it. On the front page, multiple names are marked out in an aggressive manner, partially tearing the paper. Most of the names are still somewhat recognizable. Below the etches, it reads Simcock, Golding, Partridge, Kent, and von Schulenburg. After finding what feels like a gold mine of clues, we make our way outside. We hope to bump into the drunken-looking guard again, but it is there that our luck fails us. I think the drunken guard is probably Holmes. All right, well, let's make a couple of notes. We've got symbols of... Let's see, let me just cover this. And I can show the whole page. All right, so what have we got? 4 symbols in 4 locations. We've got an elephant. That could be the elephant and something club. Clock. Crown. And boat. And then somehow these match in some order to 39 Upper Ground, Upper Ground Street, 40 Commercial Road, '13 New Kent Road, and 44 Charter Street. Okay. And then we've got a paper from 20th March, 1888, which is a year ago, basically, a year and a week. Multiple names. Simcock, Holding, Partridge, Kent, Von Schoenberg. These all sound familiar. Okay, let's go mark out these places on the map and see if we can't match these to something. And in the channel, there's some suggestions to what those things might be. There is an elephant theater. It's called Elephant and something else. It's around here somewhere. It's a famous real club. Elephant and Tusk, is that what it is? The Elephant and Castle Theater is 13 Southeast. I wonder if that's going to be New Kent Road one. Okay, let's see. 13 Southeast. Elephant and Castle is on New Kent Road. Okay, so that's this one. The Elephant is at this address. Okay, let me put some marks here. Okay, so that's the Elephant and that address. The clock is probably Big Ben, as has been pointed out. Where is that? Over here somewhere? 40 Commercial Road. there. Where's Big Ben? Is it not here? Maybe it's over here somewhere. "39 Upper Ground Street" is here. I wonder if this is going to be our boat one. Who can tell me where Big Ben is? "40" is not that one. Looking for 40 Commercial Road. Oh, that's 40 Commercial Road. 30 and Upper Ground Street and 40 are right next to each other. That's kind of weird. 44 Charter Street. "44 Charter Street." Not that one. Not that one. "44 Charter Street" here at the Smith Meat Market. Okay, so there are our 4 red locations. The Elephant and Castle, which is at New Kent Road. Then we've got 39 and 40 Upper Ground Street and Commercial Road. And then Charterhouse Street. Well, those don't seem to be where Big Ben is, unless I've got something wrong. I wouldn't be surprised if this isn't more about people, like code names for bad guys. March 1888. Do we have a paper set in 1888? Where's my collection of papers? Okay, look. We have a paper from March 20th, 1888, which is the paper we found in the office. This is the paper from the original game. This is not a custom-made paper for this case. But it is a paper. This is the paper we found in this location. What does it say about that paper? Beside the trash, the only one that catches our attention is times from the 20th of March, 1888, with markings circled. Okay. So these names are circled in this paper, and I guess we should do the same. Simcock, Golding, Partridge, Kent, and von Schoenberg. Okay, let's go through this paper. I'll get back to the chat in a second. Okay, let's try to find those names. Simcock, Golding, Partridge, Kent, and von Schoenberg is what we're looking for. Simcock, Golding, Partridge, Kent. Oh, I see. They're in this section. The Wimbledon meeting. Last day of the competition. Queen's Prize favored by better weather. Came out of tennis match. Okay, so Simcock circled. Golding is circled. Partridge is circled. Kent is circled. Von Schoenberg is circled. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Wow. What's going on? Philip Marlowe. Oh, hey, look. And look who we have here. Who's that? That is our colonel. What is going on? Okay, so this isn't tennis. This is rifleman. It's a shooting competition. And they've circled the names of the best shooters. And there's our Colonel Sebastian Moran. What on earth is going on? Okay, I think maybe. So Moran is an expert shooter. I think maybe if we reread this section, maybe perhaps all we're supposed to know, what we can get out of this is they're circled aggressively. So maybe we're to infer this is Moran's note. This is more clues that Moran is the mastermind behind this because he's angrily circled his competition that are beating him. It may have no other meaning other than that. Like he's angrily reading this paper and being like, God damn, this guy's beating me. Like these are all the people that have beat him, have a higher score than he does. So it may just be a clue that this is Moran's notes here. We already pinpointed him as the mastermind here. Well, we've got another page on the other side. It's weird that here's a continuation of the Wimbledon meeting story talking about a fire. Kind of confusing. All right, well, let's not worry about the rest of this paper for now. It doesn't seem to be critical to our story. I would just assume that that's maybe telling us that this is Moran's notes, but not related to our case. But these places certainly are of interest. Shall we just walk into one of them and see what's going on? See if we can detect anything. We're in WC. Why don't we head over to one of these places near us? 40 WC. Let's see if we can. There's something pleasant about going to a place near where you are, even though it has no meaning in the game. I wonder if that's a mechanic we can incorporate into New York Noir in some way. A common way to do it is to make it less expensive to travel to a place nearby, but we don't tend to not like being penalized. Okay, so there are no entries for 39 and 40 WC. Is it because it's not WC? It's not WC. It's EC. Or Southeast. Maybe it's Southeast. Sometimes it's hard. You've got these dividers, but for some reason they didn't do a divider here. Okay, so I think it's actually Southeast. All right, let's knock on this. Well, if we're going to go to any of them, we might as well go this one, which is clearly Southeast. We'll go to the Elephant and Castle Theater, 13 Southeast. It feels like those first two cases we played were all like to set us up for this one. Like they were deliberately to lure us into complacency. Okay, so we're headed to the Elephant and Castle Inn. We have no idea why this place is on this list. We arrive just after a show has started and are denied entry into the main hall. However, one of the boys working there is willing to talk to us outside. He's not yet old enough to grow hair on his chin, and the tonal shifts of his voice point out he's still years short of being called a man. "What I can tell you," the boy squeaks, "I don't know if anybody working here would have a list of visitors, if that was even something we would be allowed to share. Besides, a drawing of an elephant and an address don't make much for me to go on." The boy seems eager to help, but without much information, he falls into repetitions and finds 10 different ways to let us know he needs more information to work with. As we try to make a close to the conversation, he asks if we're detectives. "We work for one," we answer. "Wow! Then you must be curious about what happened at the palace, yes? It's the talk of the town. No one knows what did happen, but the sudden increase of guards means something's awry, or I'll eat my shoe. Maybe I can follow you guys, help you out. You know, I've been doing some detective work myself lately. Want to know how I solved the mystery of the missing hazelnuts? Miss Bento left them in the kitchen with the window open, and the boy keeps talking, waving his arms dramatically to emphasize his massively successful discoveries and crime-solving capabilities. As he hides behind a plant to illustrate how he was able to spy on one of his suspects, we see a chance to quickly make our escape. Okay. Do we see what happened at the palace? It's the talk of the town. No one knows what did happen, but increase in guards. All right. Well, it seems like we should go to the palace, but are they talking about the Queen's Palace or the Palace Theater? But probably if they're guards, they're talking about the palace where government is. Buckingham Palace. Should we head over to Buckingham Palace? All right, let's go to Buckingham Palace. Find out what's going on over there. When we try to gain entrance to the palace grounds, or at least gain a face-to-face with someone who could give us some answers, we're continuously denied access. Pressing the dire circumstances of our situation helps little. Even mentioning that we think something might be awry has little effect. It's only when we use the full weight of Mycroft's name that the guards go and get an officer. Again, we explain our case and are sure to mention Mycroft Holmes sent us on this task, and after much nervous looks and sighs, we're taken into a small outhouse to meet the private secretary of the Queen. Hello, gentlemen, I am Sir Henry Ponsonby, and I have been informed that you carry news from Mycroft. Please share it hastily so I may resume my duties. At this point, we have little to share. Instead, we come on Mycroft's behalf to gain answers to a few questions, primarily about a type of tunnel that was possibly made earlier this year and about a break-in. Okay, it doesn't sound like we should be here yet. Let's go visit Mycroft first. Sounds like we're a little premature here. Let's visit Mycroft first. 8 Southwest London. Okay. As we enter Mycroft's lodging at the Diogenes Club, we are first met by a large man in a black suit. We recognize the mysterious figure as the one who was present this morning at the hospital. Okay, what's happening? We haven't been to the hospital. What's going on? Going back to the intro for a second. He says, there were some rumors going around of a break-in 2 months ago at Buckingham Palace. But ignore this information. No good can come of it. We were at the hospital in the beginning? We were? Oh, yeah, we got taken to the hospital. Okay, so you think it's okay that that he's talking about the hospital now? All right, let me go back then. Okay. As we enter Mycroft's lodging at the Diogenes Club, we are first met by a large man in a black suit. We recognize the figure as the one who was present this morning at the hospital. It appears the man has not left Mycroft's side for the entire day. We introduce ourselves kindly, but the man gives no response. Only after giving us a good look over does he step out of the way to allow us entry to the room. So, sounds like Mycroft has a bodyguard now. Once inside, we see Mycroft standing next to the window looking outwards. "Hello there, gentlemen. What can I do for you? Wasn't I clear enough with my instructions this morning? 2 simple and concise cases for you to solve. That shouldn't take too long now, should it?" "Well, we had some questions, primarily about—" "I've no time for questions," Mycroft interrupts. "It's not like I was speaking in code. If you think I was, maybe you should stop what you're doing and go read the Times. Detective work is not for everyone. Now you'll have to excuse me. Please see yourselves out." Okay, there's a little hint that there's a code in the Times. We take our leave, all under the watchful eye of the mysterious figure who closes the door behind us. All right, well, confirmation now that there's a code in the Times, but let's put that aside for now. Do you think we should just go back now to the palace and assume that the comments about the tunnel are okay for us to read? What does the chat think about that? Are we sure there wasn't a paper article from 2 weeks ago about a tunnel? We don't have a paper from 2 weeks ago, but we have a paper from yesterday and then a paper from January. Let me just see here. He says 2 months ago at Buckingham Palace. Okay, so 2 months ago, that would still be, no, that would be January. So we do have a January 10 paper. But our January 10 paper doesn't seem to mention any break-in at the palace. No mention of the Buckingham Palace in that paper. We've also been told to go to the Police Gazette. So the question we're entertaining now is, we had reason to go to Buckingham Palace, but it seemed to be talking about stuff that we didn't think, it sounded like we shouldn't be there. Okay, so you want to visit Quentin Hogg. All right, so we're going to try to back up before we go back to the Buckingham Palace. We'll try the Police Gazette and maybe even the Times. And see if we can't figure out the information that Buckingham Palace seems to assume that we've already figured out. So let's try Quentin Hogg, since he has been mentioned to us at the Police Gazette. Okay. 35 EC. Quentin is fully aware of the disaster that struck yesterday at Baker Street and gives us his condolences for our loss. Great shame to think the world's without Sherlock. We share a few pleasantries and reminisce about Sherlock, though soon we return the topic to our current investigation. The Clarence Robson's fire, yes. Watson came by yesterday asking what I knew about the fire. Also, Sherlock came by a couple months ago asking about their mortician, but I don't know if those two things are related. Well, let's first talk about yesterday's fire. Well, since I talked to Watson, I haven't learned much more, really. A friend at the Bow Street station gave me some information on the case. Mostly it was on the interviews done with locals or other witnesses of the fire. Can't say much useful about it, except that Inspector Brown was spotted around the funeral parlor in the last couple days. The only reason I mention it is because Inspector Brown was also the one Sherlock asked after when we met a couple months ago. What was Sherlock after? Well, he was under the impression that the mortician, Mr. Latham, I think, was into some shady business. At the time, Sherlock's theory sounds preposterous, but since then I've learned a great many things more. Seems Mr. Latham was getting rid of unidentified bodies. I don't know where he got them from or who gave him the orders, but after a lot of research on my own, I'm now certain he would receive bodies from an unsavory figure and would give them names of people who would either still be alive or would not even exist. To me, it smelled like a scheme to get rid of bodies from an underground organization. But I've never heard of anything like that on such a large scale. Frightens me just thinking about it. Okay, there was our theory there. Do you also have a theory about how the two things could be connected? Well, the theory I'm working on is that Mr. Latham might have had a change of heart. That would cause whoever was the source of all these bodies to be put in a difficult situation for sure. You've been most helpful, Quentin. Thank you very much. Anything for a friend of Sherlock. Okay, so this is why we put off the allies, because they seem to be giving us hints that we don't want early in the case. In this case, he just seems to be confirming one of our main theories. A scheme to get rid of bodies from an underground organization. I don't get rid of bodies, that doesn't quite match up with our theory, but make people seem to be dead that aren't. Something like that. But all right, we're not making progress on our quest to get the information about Buckingham Palace. Should we just go to Buckingham Palace? Should we just go and... Where's our list of all papers? Is it possible the 2 months ago thing was not quite right? Let me find all my papers. Is it possible it was... Let me just look at this paper from the original game, March 5th. Look at this. I believe this was in one of our normal Sherlock Holmes consulting detective cases. That was in a case we solved, but it was happening at the Elephant and Castle. That's interesting. Another case here. That was on another real case. All right, let's see. Mycroft mentioned the palace in the intro, so in theory we could have gone there first thing. I think you're right. What about visit the other 3 locations found at Moran's home? We should go to Buckingham Palace. Obviously something happened there. You're right, he did mention Buckingham Palace right in the beginning, so perhaps it's just weird. It seems to think we should know about some underground tunnel to Buckingham Palace. I don't know why it thinks we should know that. It's like we're missing some newspaper article about it. Doesn't it feel like we're missing some newspaper article about it? Okay, and then there's some questions about breaking. The kid at the theater said no one knows what happened, so it must not be public knowledge, just rumors. What about Lomax? Remember, Lomax seemed to have a, a mention right in the beginning of the case. I wonder if we could, if Lomax, I'm gonna peek if Lomax talks about it. If not, maybe we'll go back to Buckingham Palace. Mm-hmm. Well, Vomax is talking about something of importance, but it doesn't seem to be about Buckingham Palace. All right. Well, by the way, there's Big Ben down here. Here, Parliament. All right, let me answer this question first. DJ Money Gut says, seems like we have a way to go still. Should we break soon and finish tomorrow? So we don't have to be in any rush to finish. We don't want to break before we get to the halfway mark. But I do want us to be aware of our time. John says we could also back up and clear up revisiting Wallace and the insurance company. Yeah, why don't we try to take care of a couple loose ends before we head over to the palace, just in case we manage to stumble on the information. All right, let's see if we can't clear up some loose ends. We haven't visited Moran yet. We haven't gone back to the Cavendish Club yet. Okay, I did want to visit the insurance company and knock on Clint Wallace's door in case he has heard anything new. So let me do those things. We knocked on Clint Wallace's door last time, and he was just having fun, having a party, but maybe he's heard something else new. 68 Southeast. And then what was their insurance company? Was it the Royal Insurance Company? 68 Northwest? Let's find out. Okay, here's the insurance company. It appears the Royal Insurance Company has fully recovered from the bad press they received earlier this year. The desks of Sam Brown, David Roster, and Frank Jameson have been filled by new employees, and business is booming. Okay. All right. Now, Clint Wallace. We wanted to follow up on him. Okay. Once more in 2 days, we knock on the door of Clint Wallace. This time, we know his name and know that the body that was being prepared at Clarence Robinson's was not that of Quince at all. After there's no answer, we knock again louder. With a heavy thud, the door creaks open. When we look inside, we notice the entire apartment is a mess. All the closets have been emptied out. Clothing is lying on the floor. And the space in the closet where a suitcase could have perfectly fit now stands empty. Hmm. You know, so Clint Wallace has left town in a hurry, it seems. You know, this case is a totally different experience than the other two cases. The other two cases, every place we go, after we went to the first two places, we had our theory, it was locked in, and every other place we went just confirmed it. This case, every place we go, the mystery just deepens with more clues that are just fuzzy enough that we can just kind of see what's happening, but we're not sure. I mean, you guys are talking in the channel as if this is no big deal, but we had kind of come to the conclusion that we thought, okay, the underground is doing something sneaky, pretending that Clint Wallace is dead, but then everyone seemed to think, oh, he's not involved in this. That was the real Clint Wallace. He's like, I'm not dead, I'm alive. We thought this case had nothing to do with him, but now it does seem like he is somehow involved in this. This is very significant because the whole scheme seems to involve picking two people, one of which is dead, and the other one, and then the recording from the funeral is that the other one died. And now it seems like the one that didn't die is somehow in on it. So now, are we looking at a are we looking at a new identity for a criminal? Is it that Clint Wallace is really a bad guy and someone has stolen Clint Wallace's identification? I don't know. All right, let's see. What else did we want to follow up on? Did we ever knock on Jerome Emmons' house? Don't you think that might be important to see what this other person's history is? I can't remember if we did before, but I'm curious now. Jerome Emmons, 61 East. He doesn't live in London proper. Okay. Hmm. Let's go to one of these other places that were in our list in that apartment. 40 Southeast and 39 Southeast. Okay, here's 40 Southeast. Remember, we don't know quite why we're here. We just know that this is on our list at that spooky apartment. The gentleman we assume to be the manager of this establishment invites us into his office. And it's busy times, you know. Well, what can I help you with? Well, we were wondering about the ownership of the Thames Steamboat Company, as well as any relations between the company and the Admiralty. Okay, so 40 Southeast seems to be the boat place. The man rubs his chin, thinking of the correct way to respond. Well, A change of ownership is public record. Simple matter, really. Shareholder came in and bought the majority of the shares. As for the Admiralty, our ships sail by their own rules, or by the Admiralty rules, but as a company, we receive little interference. Once in a blue moon, they come by to check records and whatnot, but that's standard. And how far do your company's ships sail? The name suggests you only leave London for nearby cities. That the man looks a bit nervous. Well, yes, we're the Thames Steamboat Company, so that gives it away. Besides, most of our ships don't really fare well on open waters. Oh, most of the ships? The man looks frazzled, shuffles some of the papers on his desk, and then his eyes dart from person to person. Well, yes, we have some ships that sail further, but I don't know if that's your business. Hoping the man's odd behavior is due to some paperwork illegalities, we press him further. So these seaworthy ships are used often, or no? Perhaps, the man replies, whilst wiping the sweat off his brow. Well, we just came from the Admiralty, and they don't have any records of any such large vessels under your care. This is just a bluff. Now, hold up. You don't have to go around putting blame on people. It's all public record, I swear. The man seems relieved to get things off his chest and continues. We have 2 large vessels that travel from here to India, but only on odd times, very sporadically. It's all on the up and up, believe you me. And when was such a ship you last used? I'm sure you can inform us that. It would save us a trip back to the records department at the Admiralty. Yes, of course. Let's see. The man opens his desk drawer and pulls out a notebook, frantically scrolling through the pages. He stops on one page and scrolls down with his finger. That would be 13 of January this year. Thank you very much for your hospitality and cooperation. We leave the man in his anxious state and leave the building before he takes back his courage. So this was 40 Southeast, and we're at the Thames Steamboat Company. And he says they occasionally take a large boat to India. Last one, January 13, 1889. And there's some illegality going on here at this place, although it's not clear exactly what. What is going on here? Illegal shipping? Shareholder came in and bought the majority of the shares. So someone has bought up this shipping company and is using it for something. Using these ships to India. Who's bought it up? The other thing to think about is that we don't have a paper for January 13, but we do have a paper for January 10th. Is there anything in the January 10th paper about the boat trip? Not really. Remember, we got a sketch that had the crown M and the question mark. So which one of the addresses we found in the apartment is M? Well, let me mark the other. So seems like the boat one is probably this one we just went to. 40. Let's go to the one right next door. See what that one is. We arrive in an abandoned warehouse next to the Thames. There's a sign posted against the door. It states the building is part of the Thames Steamboat Company. Trading routes and entrance is not allowed. Another sign below it shows a string of numbers and letters, most likely used by the company to indicate its use. We can't make much of it, except that the warehouse at some point was part of an England-India trading route. Or possibly still is. The creaking of the large wooden door indicates years of disuse. As we make our way inside, a cloud of dust is brushed up into the air with our arrival. It's pitch black inside, except for the light shining in through the doorway and the small window opposite us, looking out onto the Thames. Suddenly, we stop dead in our tracks. Though the thick layer of dust would normally point us towards thinking the warehouse had not been used in a long while, we all simultaneously notice the heavy footprints left behind inside. Starting at the front door, pacing around across the entirety of the building, large boot prints made by a man with a tall stride. We do our best not to disturb the markings and make our way further inwards. Around the corner where the prints continue, we eventually find a dusty table. The chair next to it is hardly covered in dust, and below it there are lines dragged into the dust from each chair leg. The table itself has been wiped clean next to where the chair stands. Aside from the large swipes of a cleared table, there's a single ring-shaped clearing with the diameter of roughly an adult-sized head. Whatever lay there had been placed once and picked up again. We find no other evidence of objects having been laid about. We follow the large boot prints as far as they go around another corner facing towards the Thames. There they end at a tiny doorway. Opening it, we are shortly blinded by the sun and find ourselves one step away from jumping into the river. Footprints go to a table. There's a chair. Lines dragged into the dust from each chair leg. Then the table is wiped clean. A ring-shaped clearing, a diameter of an adult-sized head. Whatever lay there had been placed once and picked up again. Don't really understand this. Is there a theory? A crown. A crown. A ring-shaped clearing. A ring-shaped clearing. Okay, so just the ring is cleared. So someone put a crown there once and picked it up. So smuggling. Okay. Little crown. All right. So 39 Southeast, abandoned warehouse. Crown, dust shape. So maybe that means that the crown maps to this place. Let's go to our last place, which is at EC here. Let's see if we can map this to a clock. It's not Big Ben's location though. But let's see what 44 EC is. See if there's anything there that makes us think that it is clock related. Or are we misunderstanding something? It's a longer entry, so I'll tell you what, let's take a break first. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Get this weird shirt I got at Amazon. I don't really like it, but it doesn't have buttons up here. Not that I would ever button it, but it feels very weird not to have buttons. Makes me uncomfortable. All right. So we were discussing whether we should break, when we should break. The chat wants to go to Buckingham Palace. We do have one more place on our list of 4 places that we haven't been. Jonathan says we should head back to the Cavendish Club. So let's do those. Let's hit our last place here, then we'll go to Buckingham Palace, I guess. So EC 44 at the Smith Meat Market. All right, let's see if we can see. The last one we're missing is a question mark. We think. We're not 100% sure that we're lining those up right, but we step into the shop and are greeted by one of the sons of the somewhat famous watchmaker and jeweler, also going by the name of Mr. Gerard. After we explain our reasons for coming here, do we have the same reasons? We're coming here because he's on the list, but I'm not sure what we told him. He takes us to a little side room. As we walk in, we see the large assortment of watches and bracelets dazzling in the sunlight. Everyone in town heard about the explosion last night. I guess this is the explosion at Baker Street. I'm curious as to what brought you to our doorstep. How can a simple father-son company be relevant to your inquiries? The young man rubs his chin in puzzlement, but seems otherwise calm and collected. Well, Mr. Gerard, during our inquiries, we came across your name, or perhaps that of your father. But we didn't. We didn't come across his name. Well, this does look like the clock, which is the last one we are missing. So it does feel like we've got this mapping correct. The clock goes to our last place. But should we just keep reading it, even though it feels a little bit confusing? All right, maybe we're just lying to this guy. We're lying to this guy, telling him we're coming because of his name. We were wondering about your work with Queen Victoria's crown. At that, the young man looked surprised. Well, we weren't really supposed to talk about that. Henry Ponsonby, the Queen's private secretary, told us so. But I guess since you already know about it, I could share some information. My father was called out to inspect the crown. We weren't told what for, just that they wanted to be sure nothing happened to it. I had to stay outside of the palace, but my father went in. He took his notebook with him, I remember. After his confirmation that the real crown was still at Buckingham Palace, we went home. Would it be possible? Okay, so they think maybe it got stolen. The father is called in to authenticate it, and he does authenticate it. And we say, would it be possible to talk to your father, perhaps? Unfortunately, he's fallen ill recently. I told him to wait out his sickness before returning to his work. Luckily, he trusts me enough to take care of business till then. This is unfortunate. Well, be sure to send your father our best regards. One more question, though. If your father was called in to identify the crown, he must have had some prior knowledge with it or some other means of acknowledging its authenticity. Yes, of course. It was late last year, I think, when an old friend of his was able to grant him access into the royal safe. A real treat that was for my father. And who was this friend? I don't know. Never met him or even heard his name. Pa just said it was a very good friend that would take care of him. Remember, the man also had a pricey assignment for Pa around that time. Well, thank you for your time. Well, very interesting. Access to the royal safe. Late last year. Is this going to be Moran? And is the father lying or not? That is the good question. All right, well, let's write it down here. 44 EC clock jewel. He says the father authenticated crown. Does he say when? He does say the Queen's private secretary, Ponsonby, who we met when we went partially to Buckingham Palace, and he says late last year saw crown at palace royal safe. Late last year, that would be 1888 December stuff. Good friend. Okay. Oh, and what's this guy's name? Gerard. And his father is sick. I wonder if we can't. His father's not in the hospital or anything, right? Let me just see this. Took his notebook. Fallen ill. Wait out his sickness before returning to work. I wonder if we shouldn't try to visit him at home. But the other thing I was thinking, like, do we have a paper from late last year? Late last year, the closest paper we have is August 17, 1888. Okay, I don't see anything in the old paper. Let me just look up Gerard. DJ says, do you make anything of the mention of the father taking his notebook? That's an interesting thing. Let me just look at that again. My father went in, he took his notebook with him. That's a good question. Well, what if we can visit him at his home? Unfortunately, I don't. Is it Gallard? No. What was his name? Mr. Garrard. 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 Not in here. That's too bad. I was hoping we'd be able to catch him at his house. That's too bad. R. Garrard and Company. All right, that's where we just went. All right. Well, okay. All right. Everyone wanted to go back to Buckingham Palace. So let's go and do that. 35 Southwest. We're going back. I wonder if we need to before we do that, can we just talk for a second? Let's just go over what these places are again. So, of the 4 places, we've got the elephant, clock, crown, and question mark, right? 4 places. And what were they? One was the dusty imprint crown near the boat. The other one, there was no boat. There was a boat one. How many places are there? Are there 5? 1, 2, 3, 4. There's no question mark. Why do I have question mark? No, that was just on our initial things. Okay, the symbols are boat. Okay, so the boat was the illegal boats to India. Okay, and the clock is the jeweler knows the crown. Okay, and what was the elephant one? 13 Southeast, I've forgotten. What did we learn at the elephant place? The Elephant and Castle Inn. At the Elephant and Castle is the kid says something happened and I do my detective work. But what? Why is this on the list? Like, who's working here that our bad guy has on his list? All the other places are consistent with having a connection that's helping steal the crown. But what's going on here? I don't know if anyone working here would have a list of visitors. He just sends us off on our way. But why does the bad guy have this address? Why does the bad guy have this address? 13 New Kent Road. That's where we are. So we might, this one might not be resolved yet, in the sense that we should be looking for someone who has some connection to this place. DJ Money gets this. Is there any place in the paper that mentions this? Well, it's a good question. A very good question. What about this? Now, this is in a paper from earlier March. Miss Minnie Cavell is at the Elephant and Castle. That's on March 5th. March 28th. No mention March 28th. What about March 29th? No mention of Elephant and Castle. We don't really know when the crown was stolen, do we? We do. It was 2 months ago. So actually, we should be looking for something closer to January, if that's true. All right, well, let's just put a pencil on that, but actually, maybe we'll make a little, put it on our to-do list. Maybe we'll stumble across the answer to that sooner or later. Maybe if we get a better date about the Queen's robbery. All right, let's go finally to Buckingham Palace. I know you've been waiting patiently. All right, here we go. This is the one we aborted because it felt like we were talking about stuff that we didn't know. We tried to gain entrance to the palace grounds, or at least a face-to-face with someone who could give us some answers. We're continuously denied access. Pressing the dire circumstances of our situation helps little, and even mentioning that we think something might be awry has little effect. It's only when we use the full weight of Mycroft's name that the guards go and get an officer. Again, we explain our case and are sure to mention Mycroft Holmes sent us on this task, and after much nervous looks and sighs, we're taken into a small outhouse to meet the private secretary of the Queen. Hello, gentlemen. I am Sir Henry Ponsonby, and I have been informed you carry news from Mycroft. Please share it hastily so I may resume my duties. At this point, we have little to share. Instead, we come on Mycroft's behalf to gain answers to a few questions, primarily about a type of tunnel that was possibly made earlier this year and about a break-in. I don't know why we're mentioning these things. This is the first we've heard of it. Maybe he's just making it up. Well, I see Mycroft shares his information readily. It is true. A tunnel was found on the palace grounds, hailing from Green Park. But I can assure you nothing was taken. The tunnel was quickly discovered and closed up, even though it ended close to the royal safe. Nothing was touched. Isn't the royal safe where Queen Victoria's crown is kept? Indeed it is. But once again, I assure you it was not taken. It still stands there today under heavy guard, and I know what you're thinking. I can also assure you it is not fake. We had London's foremost jewelry expert inspect it. And may we speak with this man? Oh, that's not up to me. He does not work on the grounds, but rather he owns a shop. Gerard is his name. He had a full notebook written on all the unique qualities of the crown and was able to identify the crown in great detail. Mr. Ponsonby takes a quick look at his watch and reminds us he should really get back to his duties. We take our leave and are escorted off the grounds. So, tunnel in Green Park. Now, you recognize what's significant about that, right? And another mention of this guy's notebook being significant. Notebook, all the unique qualities. That seems very fishy now. Okay, so you recognize Green Park. We had a blue sticker here. It must have just gotten pushed off. So if you'll remember, the coded messages in the paper said go to the north end of Green Park and the edge of St. James Park. So if the north of Green Park had a tunnel, then there's an extra tunnel maybe here in St. James Park. Let's stop over to Green Park and see what happens. 97 Southwest. We make our way through the park and try to find whatever it is the clues hinted towards, but to no avail. After walking around and scavenging through the bushes for 2 hours or so, we take a break from our labor and rest on one of the benches. Across the trees to the south, we can see the tops of Buckingham Palace. After a few moments, we regain our breath, but not our enthusiasm. There must be a smarter way of doing this, one of us points out. What would Sherlock do? We think back on all the strange behavior and requests made by Sherlock and think of ways our teachings could help us in our current predicament. Just then, we see a homeless man going through the nearby trash. We all jump up simultaneously and nearly startle the man into running away. Hold on there. We just want to ask you something. No trouble will come your way, we promise. The man in his dirty jacket slowly makes his way to our bench. What's in it for me? We hand the man a coin, and his attitude changes from suspicious to friendly with the blink of an eye. Well then, what can I do for people of such high esteem? Maybe a foot massage, or is your carriage nearby so I may clean it? The man gives a deep bow with a flourishing hand, a few inches short of patronizing. Well, we're having a small issue, and we're pondering a solution when you happen to come by. Our mentor taught us that folk like you hold all the information on the London streets, and we would like to make use of it. Did you happen to see something going on in this park maybe in the middle of January this year? In winter? You wouldn't catch any of my kin being around here that time of year. Well, how about when you return to this park after winter? Well, there was the sewer entrance that was made up north. Looked like a failed project to me. Oh, how so? Did someone from Land Records say that? Land Records? Don't make me laugh. It's much simpler. It was the smell. There wasn't any. Normally, you'd want to stay away from a sewer entrance, but this one never smelled. So, I guess it didn't connect well or had blockage or something. We asked the man to show us the spot, and after a few minutes, walked to the northernmost point of the park. We come upon a small clearing with a thick line of bushes. With the clear skies, we can easily see downwards through the grate and see the small tunnel underneath leading straight south. It's dry down there, and indeed also clean and odorless. You know, you're not the first person to ask me about this, you know, the homeless man says. Oh, yeah? Who was? Oh, just this man. Well-dressed, deerstalker hat, pipe, trench coat. Talked real fast, hardly seemed to pay attention. Quite a lot of us street folk do some work for him, actually. He's a smart man. Maybe you could learn a thing or two from him. Oh, maybe we could. Okay, so that was our green park. We just got confirmation of the tunnel. So now let's go to the other park where the tunnel is 98. Our carriage drops us off at York Street, and we make our way north to the Birdcage Walk adjacent to the park. Entering through its southern entrance, we find ourselves surrounded by chirping birds and people out for a walk. It's hard to decide what precisely we're looking for, so we spread out to cover more ground. Seems like hours, but eventually we come across something rather unusual. Halfway between the southern entrance and the center lake, hidden behind some bushes, there's an old sewer entrance. The odd thing about it is, it's not only the overgrowth that clearly shows it has not been tended to in many years, but that it is sealed with chain and lock. Further inspection of the area, as well as the manhole itself, reveals little. However, there is a small gap through which the lock protrudes, which gives us the tiniest of glimpses to what lies underneath. No flowing water or other unmentionables can be seen or heard. To our pleasant surprise, it does not even smell. Grabbing one of the nearby pebbles, we try to force it through the gap and see how deep it is. Tick, tick, tick. The pebble bounces a few times before landing at the bottom. The sewer is maybe a man's height deep. Slowly curves off. Looking at our surroundings, we guess it leads directly northeast, but for how long it continues, it's hard to say. After our discovery, we speak to a few passers-by. None prove very useful to our investigation, except for the reminder that the head clerk of Land Records should have all the information about London's sewer systems, if indeed it was a sewer that we had just discovered. Land records. Clerk. Who's our land records guy? Land records. Israeli O'Brien. Okay, let me see here. It does seem weird, like we're supposed to know about the tunnel. Maybe we failed to follow one of the original two tasks well enough. Maybe we didn't go far enough with the funeral parlor. With society gossip, I've heard about the tunnel. Seems like now we've got the tunnel, but it doesn't seem like the order is right. Anyway, DJ Moneygut says, why would they communicate the tunnel location in the paper? Has this plan been going on for 10 years? That's an interesting question, isn't it? All right. Well, let's go check out the land records. Follow up on this. 17WC. We visit the Somerset house in hopes we can learn something about all the different victims today, yesterday, and January's crimes have caused. As far as previous cases go, we learned nothing new. However, when we were about to leave, we're asked to enter a small side room. There, a barrister explains we were mentioned by name in Sherlock Holmes's last will and testament. Unsure of what to expect, we let the man read the papers. It turns out Sherlock has left us a small envelope. After signing for it, we take it and open it on the spot. Inside, we find a receipt for a boat ticket. The ticket the receipt belonged to is from London, England to Mumbai, India. Well, no land records. But I think maybe. So this may be a case where different boxes had Disraeli O'Brien's office in different locations. Because if you look here, Somerset House 17WC, Somerset House 17WC. You can see the art is the same. Birth, death, marriages, and wills. That's where we just ended up. And it's striking a memory to me now that in some of the cases, Disraeli's office was here. In other cases, he's here. So I think to go to land records, we actually want to go to 14WC, at least according to this. So I just noticed it's over here. So here we have our land records. Whilst normally we're told to wait and be patient, today Disraeli comes to collect us from the main hall almost instantly. I heard the news. Were you there when it happened? My God, it sounds frightening. I do hope everybody made it out without severe injuries. I haven't heard from Sherlock yet. Is he all right, or just busy with this case, I presume? We don't have the heart to tell him of the grave news and change the topic quickly by explaining our haste in the current matters. Ah, sewer systems, that's not something I look up every day. Give me a moment. He takes his leave and comes back readily with multiple containers of maps and charts. Folding some of them out, he continues. London's first sewer system was opened only in 1870, but a lot has been done since then. The main intercepting sewers only total 6, and they lead to London's lost rivers, as you can see on this map. He points at a massive chart of London and the various lines that dart across it. After a few more minutes of explaining the rich history of London's sewers, he suddenly pauses, pressing a finger to his lips. Oh, strange. Very strange. He pulls up 2 maps and places them aside one another, looking at them like a dog staring at a tennis ball in play. It seems some sewer lines were made but then disbanded. See here? He points at a small red line that goes from somewhere around Hanover Square to beyond Buckingham Palace. On the line, there is a single dot at the north point of Green Park. We ask him about what that could be. Oh, that's to mark where the diggings begin. From the looks of this one, I'd say they started in the center and went southwards, only to go northwards when they reached the southernmost point. But wait, what's this then? He shifts his finger and now points at a blue line. Another one that exists in the early plans but does not show up in the final map. Odd. The blue line seems to run from Wellington Barracks to the Admiralty and has a large dot in South St. James Park. Both lines intersect with existing sewer pipes, so they could have easily been made, but why they were planned in the first place remains a mystery to me. Unfortunately, I can't tell you when the planning began or even from what year this map is. After the flooding from a couple years ago, we've only partial charts on most of the city's original plans. The strange occurrence has left Disraeli somewhat speechless and unresponsive. We eventually find our own way out to the streets. So this is about the 2 tunnels. One from Green Park and one from the other park, St. James. Now, the St. James one, he's saying they all go near Buckingham Palace, which makes sense. We think that's how they're getting into well, but the question is, this one was going to Buckingham Palace, but he was saying this one is going to the Admiralty, and is that where our colonel is? The blue line goes from Wellington's Barracks here to the Admiralty. Has a large dot in St. James, which is where the tunnel entrance is going to be. So this line here, and then the other line goes from Hanover Square. Where is Hanover Square? I'm not sure where Hanover Square is, but no doubt it's going through Green Park southwards. beyond Buckingham Palace. So one of them goes like this, and one of them goes like this. So I wonder if Wellington Barracks or the Admiralty are worth checking out. Or would it just mean like you'd get in here and then you'd rob it and get out, or vice versa? I don't know why you wouldn't come out the same place you got in. I'm not sure we should care about the Admiralty or Wellington Barracks. Where is Hanover Square, just for the hell of it? He says, two maps side by side. Red line somewhere over Hanover Square to beyond Buckingham Palace. Well, there's Hanover Square. So all the way down the sewer goes this way through to Buckingham Palace, but they obviously were getting in here. I don't know why they need two entrances, though. Jonathan says, I'm probably ready to break now unless there is one more lead you want to follow. No, I think this is a reasonable place to stop. We've been playing for 4.5 hours. Okay. So we're going to stop here. We will meet again tomorrow evening, 10 p.m. Central Standard Time, to finish our playthrough. So far, an amazing case. Even if it ended right here, I'd be satisfied. A very deep and satisfying case. All right. We'll stop here. Anything else anyone wants to talk about before we sign off for tonight? We'll do our little recap tomorrow evening. I don't know how much is left. Looks like we've been to a big chunk of the places, but obviously there's more to do. All right. I'll see you all tomorrow night for our continuing playthrough of Chapter 3 of the Winter Trilogy called The House of M. Give some thoughts to the mysteries. Multiple mysteries intertwined. I'll see you tomorrow evening.